ready to go to school.
I'm already started. Go. Take this.
Yeah. What should I do with it?
So good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to today's study work space. Today we'll be focusing on our work 50 minutes 50 minutes sprint time and 10 minutes of mindful break. But during the break there will be a twist, because then I'll be talking about how to improve your memory, how to improve your focus, how to improve retention and recall, especially for students, for researchers, and all those that are involved in managing large information, and for lifelong learners. So during the breaks, which starts every 10 minutes to the top of the time, that's just 10 minutes, we'll be talking about how to improve our memory, how to improve our retention, how to improve our recall. So stay with me and let's work together. So it will go this way: 50 minutes of mindful break, then 10 minutes, 50 minutes of sprint time where you focus on your work and minimize every distraction, then 10 minutes of break. During the break, you can take your break to walk around, you can take your break to speak and chat with us. But during that time, I just want to put that twist, because I know so many students and so many people struggle with retaining what they learn. They struggle with learning, they struggle with recalling what they have learned or what they've seen. So during that time, we'll be talking about different kinds of memory. You need to understand how the memory works, and you need to understand the memory, which is the foundation of you recalling things and the foundation of you retrieving what you have stored in it. So those are the things that we'll be talking about during the breaks. So you stay with me, bring your work yourself, bring the liquid, whatever you drink, water, tea, that will keep you hydrated during this time. So enjoy working and enjoy the focus, because it's important for you to focus. So you learn this Pomodoro, how it works, because it's very efficient in helping us to learn. It's very efficient in helping us to retain what we've learned. It's very efficient, and as we teach, as I'll be teaching you through how to retain, how to improve your memory, with time you will get to understand why you should work in short sprints, short focus time, and then move on to break, and why it is important. So during the sprint time, I won't be chatting, I'll be focusing on work. And during the break, then I'll be speaking on how to improve your memory, how to improve your retention of what you've read, of what you've learned, and how to improve your recall ability, because these are the things you need as a student, as a researcher handling large information, and as a lifelong learner, or somebody that wants to keep the brain sharp. So you will need to learn this, and I'm not just going to teach you what is in the book. I'll teach you tried and tested techniques. I mean, what I've lived through, and I'm going to teach you how it works. So just stay with me because now we started. When I will start talking about it, will be 10:50, and each of the break will last 10 minutes. Then we go back to our sprint time. After that, then that's how it will go till the 6 hours is done. So I wish you a very productive 50 minutes from now, or maybe it's less than 50 minutes, but just bear it in mind that I will do the introduction each time, and the next one is for you to just enter into your work and join me during the break for a chat, and that is very important to us. So I wish you a very productive 15 minutes, and during the break time we talk, and then I'll be introducing. The first thing we will do is to introduce the different kinds of memories and how they work. So that's the first thing we'll do. Then the second one is for us to also then just look at things that is for us to look at how we can store the memory, because you need to understand how these memories work for you to know where to store the information and how you retain, because many of us doesn't know how it works and you keep struggling. It's quite an easy thing for you to recall things if you know how the mind works, and it is easy. So all the best. I will see you when it's 10:50. Please don't miss it. If you are a student or if you have anybody that's a student, I'm not teaching you what is not tested. I mean, I've been through it. Nobody got the first class before me in my home or whatever, but I used myself to try it. And so many that I taught how to read and taught how to retain things, I mean, their scores, their results, the change is evident. So just join me as we walk through these 6 hours. It doesn't stop you from working, so it's for you to work in sprints and take mindful breaks. So see you again. I'll be speaking when it's 10:50. We've come to the end of the first sprint time. So if you have been with me, please, you can tap and get people invited for our discussion section. As many as you know, especially students and those that are lifelong learners. If you are a researcher and you have so much information to handle, or you are just among those that wants to improve their retention, that wants to improve their memory, what I'm going to be teaching you is not just science or what is written on books. These are tested and confirmed that they work. So if you want to improve your memory, you want to improve how much you retain from what you've learned, and you want to improve your ability to recall what you've learned, so this is the time for you to come in and let's discuss it, because it's just 10 minutes each time. I'm not going to take step into our time for the sprint time, for the work time. It's very important to us, especially those that are working with me. So I'll be talking on how to improve your memory, how to improve your focus as a student. How are you going to improve your ability to retain information or retain what you've learned and to recall it when you need it? Because it's very important for you to recall what you've learned. So if you know any student anywhere that is struggling with their grades, struggling to pass, struggling, if you know that reading is such a difficult thing to you, please come in and let's chat about it. So I will tell you what works, so you don't just keep struggling. You don't need to keep being working hard, but you need to work smart also, because if you're working smart, it's going to help you to pass easily. It's going to help you to retain information easily, but most importantly, it's going to help you to keep your brain sharp for a very long time. Even at old age, you still be sharp. So first, we are going to be looking at what we are going to cover. It will be from today till tomorrow. I will make sure that we cover it, so it will be very fast. Each of these 10 minutes, please just pay attention, and when it's time to work, go back to work. So I'll be fast. I don't know if I'll be fast, but I will just go through it the way you understand. This is what you might not hear from any other place, because when you go to school, what they're teaching you is what they want you to learn. They are teaching you mathematics. They want you to learn mathematics, English, or whatever course you are doing in the university, especially the undergraduates. You are there to learn one thing, but nobody has taught you how to learn. What are you supposed to do to learn? How are you supposed to help yourself? This is what I had to try out during my own days. I used a lot of my time to find out how best I can read to make my life easier. Because while in the school also, I had so much doing. It wasn't just reading, but that didn't stop me from coming out the best in my class. I mean, if my classmates, they are here, they will tell you that in the whole of the faculty. So it wasn't an easy job, but there is a way to make it easier, and that is what I'm going to be talking to you about. So first, we'll be looking at the different types of memory, because you need to know the foundation of this memory and how they work and what they are, for you to be able to know how to store the information and retrieve it, for you to know how to keep the information, to move it from one stage to the other, and be able to get it out. That's to recall it when you need it most, which is when you are working. Because most people, if you are still a student now, what you'll be thinking about is how to pass. All you'll be thinking about is how to improve your grade. But after that, there is another life, which is not just in your grades. It is about you using what you've learned to work. So you need to keep it in your memory so you can use it when it matters most. And how do we do this? Is for you to first learn all the what the brain is made of. Let's just say your memory, which is what we are talking about now. The memory, we have the 3 types of memories, not just I didn't learn is in your memory, is not in your memory. So you need to know which memory is this information in. The first one is the sensory memory. The second one is the short-term memory, and the third one, they call it the permanent memory, but many of us, we know it as the long-term memory. So if you know students, please bring them. It doesn't take time. We have like 5 minutes to be through with this section. Then we start another sprint time, and then I'll talk again when it's 10 minutes to 12. But please listen attentively. These 3 types of memory, they are very important in you learning and recalling when it is necessary. The first one, which is the sensory, doesn't last more than 4 seconds. It's between 1 second and 4 seconds. The thing that tells you, oh, you were just passing through this place, maybe there was something, you can just keep it for like, it will be in your memory for 1 second or 2 seconds, like you are scrolling, you know, which is why I've been saying is good you engage meaningfully. Don't just keep scrolling, because many things you scroll past, you don't even remember what they look like. So it was just like the second or 2 seconds. Or some of us, if you are if you are too sharp, maybe 4 seconds, it will be in your memory until you scroll past. So that's the sensory memory. Then the second one is the short-term memory. That one serves like the notepad of your brain. That is where you keep your working memory. You can cram maybe your phone number, you divide it, just cramming it to use it to work or to type it. It can just keep that memory long enough for you to use it to work. And most times when we are taught in class, that is where the information is stored. It is stored in your short-term memory, and that doesn't last long. It lasts like, at most, before you know it, you are forgetting it. It will last few seconds, and that few seconds might be 7 minutes, 15 seconds, 30 seconds. To some is more than that, but most people, it will end within 30 seconds. As you are coming out from that class, if nobody reminds you, or you did not discuss about it, or you didn't apply it, or you didn't think around it while you were being taught, you will see that within 30 seconds you've forgotten. Like if you were just typing a phone number, I'm just using something that we remember each time to give to give us examples. So if you are trying to dial a phone number that you don't have offhand, so you are trying to, you look at it, you take 3 and you type it in, so you are holding it for some time. Sometimes you might even be able to remember it after 30 seconds that you type this. So that is your short-term memory. And if your information is always in the short-term memory, if you did not revisit it, it's not going to stay. So the last category of this memory, the last type, is the long-term or permanent memory. This memory can last from hours to a lifetime. So I'll be talking to you how to put it there for hours or for a lifetime, and what makes it to stay hours or a lifetime, and how you can record it, because they are very important in your own learning. They are important. So the capacity of that can hold, if it's your long-term memory, it is endless. It's just like limitless, but that depends on how much you developed your brain. And I'm not going to be teaching you, it's not magic. It's not something you just close your eyes. It takes you being committed to improving your memory, trying it, and trying to get your attention to what you are doing, for you to move it from short term to long term. And this is how it moves. Things goes from your sensory to your short term, then to your long term memory. And it must pass through that stage. The first time, the sensory just trying to see, is this interesting, is this not interesting? So if it's interesting, maybe you put a little attention, then it can go into the short-term memory. Then the short-term memory, during that time, is just like your notepad. Then you are trying to sieve out things that matters, things that connect, things that click. So if it passed through that stage, then it is going towards the long-term memory, which is why your attention is very important, which is why they are dragging your attention from every corner in all the media that we are watching, because they want to capture it within that 3 seconds and make sure you are glued to it. So once it passed that sensory and you're able to say, oh, this is important, then you start putting your attention. Then you can listen and get it to the short-term memory, which means it can stay there for 30 minutes. I think I saw something about parenting. I think I saw something about beauty in this post. That just this short-term. And the long-term is when it has been stored, that you can retrieve it, is there for like an hour to a lifetime, and it is limitless. The capacity of what you can keep there is limitless. The capacity of what you can keep in the short-term memory is at average 7. Like if you cram your phone number, or then somebody told you somebody's name, and these are things that are not yet, you are not familiar with, you can keep only about, highest for those that have good memory capacity, maybe 10. But once it gets to the long-term memory, it is limitless, which means you can keep as much information, more than any computer you can imagine. And I will be teaching you on how to, because next is for us to look at the things that we can do to improve your moving it from the short term, from the sensory short term, then to the long term memory. So stay with me again. I will be speaking about this once it's 11:50. So this is our sprint time. It's not a time to talk. It's not a time to chat. Unless you have something to ask, you can put it in the chat. Please put your questions, put your things in the chat, and I want people that will be joining this to keep a tab of their results from now if you are applying what I'm telling you, and I want to hear the results. I want to know the changes, because it is glaring. The changes you will see in your results, in your grade, it will be evident. So I will be speaking to you again 11:50, and I wish you a very happy and a joyful, productive 50 minutes. come to the end of the second sprint time. So it's our mindful break time. If you have been with us, it's time for you to go on your break, or you can decide to be with us. If you are a student or you are a researcher that wants to improve your memory, you want to improve your retention ability, you want to improve your recall, you want to see a big change in your results as a student, then come and stay with us. It's just for the next 5 minutes, it's just for the next 10 minutes. So within the 10 minutes, we'll be talking about your long-term memory and how you can improve it. So if you know any student that is struggling to learn, you know any student that is struggling to retain what you have read or what you just learned, or during exam pressure, you know, during the exam, it's hard for you to record because it's a pressure time. So I'll be teaching you practical ways of improving your focus, of improving your retention, and improving your recall ability, because you need these 3 things for you to succeed as a student. It's not all about reading and reading and reading. It's about you reading smart. It's about you studying smart. It's not just studying hard. Yeah, hard work is part of it, but what matters is how smart you are in studying, and that will help you. So if you know students that are struggling to retain what they have learned, or they are trying to improve their grade, you are trying to improve your score, because what I'm going to teach you is not just something that hasn't been tried. It's tried, it's tested, it helped me, and I've taught it to many, and none of them remain the same. I mean, the difference you will see in your results, the difference you will see in your grade will be very glaring, that you will know that yes, that something happened, that it's not just the way you were doing it wrong. You know, most times we are taught what they want us to learn. We are taught the main subjects. We are taught to recall. You are asked to recall. You are not even taught how to recall. You are not taught how to put things in your long-term memory. So what I'll be teaching you now is how to take whatever you've learned from the short-term memory to the long-term memory. It's very important. So I want you to listen very carefully. We've talked earlier about the different kinds of memory: the sensory memory, the short-term memory, the permanent or the long-term memory. And I've told you the capacity and how long that these memories can hold information. The sensory is just, oh, you saw it and you scroll by, or you pass by and that's just it. You paid no attention. So it's like 1 second to 4 seconds. Then the other one is like 15 to 30 seconds and you just scroll past. But this other one, which is what matters, the long-term memory, is what we are going to be talking about. I told you that the capacity is limitless. It's virtually limitless, which means you can store as much information as you want in your long-term memory, but you need to learn how to do it. You need to learn. So if you have children that you want to improve their performance in school, it's time you listen, and listen with rapt attention. Is very important. It's time for you to take your pen and paper, because most times nobody is going to tell you what I'm going to tell you today. We have all been taught what to learn, but how to learn it, how to put it in there and recall it when it matters most, especially when you are working, if you're handling large information, if you're a student, you are preparing for exams. There are practical ways that you can do these things, and it will be easier for you. You will use half the effort and get 3 or 10 times the result. So, and I want you to, if you are using this method, please just put it in the chat that you're using. And I want you, after maybe the semester, after the term, after that section you are doing, I want you to come back and let others know if this really helped or it did not help. So we are talking about the long-term memory. The long-term memory, for you to move your information from the sensory to the short-term, then to the long-term memory, is not something that happens by accident. There is a way it is done. And for you to do it, it's not something you do without putting much effort. You put effort, especially if you are being the one that you don't have long attention span. You are immediately, you are dragged from every corner. So it's time you listen carefully and know how to improve your performance. So for you to improve your long-term memory, there is need for repetition. There is need for active recall. There is need for you to teach. So I'll be talking about these things, and I'm going to tell you practical ways of reading and practical ways of answering questions. So wherever we end, when it is 12, then we continue later. So the active or the repetition is just for you to visit and review what you've learned. The more you do that, the more your brain will register it. But it's not like just going endlessly trying to, you read and read and read and read. No, you're revisiting it, you're repeating it. Is for you to repeat it in several ways, in different formats, trying to see, you write it down, you talk about it. So you revisit it, you talk about it each time. That will improve your memory. Another one that you need to learn is the spaced repetition. Spaced repetition. So it's not like you go at a stretch, you review today, you review 1 hour now, next 1 hour you're reviewing it. If you keep going that way, what you will achieve is you being familiar with whatever you are reading, you be familiar with whatever you are studying, but you did not learn it. It's just like somebody learning to do some handiwork. Sometimes your body gets used to it, but it's not like you learn it that you can speak about it. When we talk about, what I'm talking about now is the cognitive part of it, the declarative part of it, something you can teach, something you can talk, something you are meant to write down. So you are using your cognitive ability to do that. So this repetition, you need to space it, and space it, you repeat it in an increasing distant time. So if you revisited it today, maybe you reviewed it now, you do it again in 3 days. The next one, maybe you do it in 7 days. The next time, you leave it till maybe 14 days and see if you can still remember it. So as you're repeating that, it helps, it strengthens your memory muscles. It will help you to remember when you're about to forget, because your brain is meant to forget those things that are not too important. Most times it's like, just if your brain is not created that way, which means you stuff so many things that are not necessary in it. But if you keep repeating, going back to it, it means that is important, is going to register it. So the next one you can do, the next way of doing that is for you to do active recall. You know, for you to improve your memory, you need to move it from the short term to the long term. And two broad way of doing it is for you to be actively engaged in keeping it and retaining and recalling it. Another one is to rest. We'll talk about the rest part of it at the later stage, but now we are talking about the active engagement. So we've talked about the repetition, the spaced repetition. Now we are talking about active recall. Active recall. So for you to be active recall, is not just you after reading it now, you just you go back, you keep reading. After reading it, you think, oh, did I remember what you go back to it? No, it's after you have studied it, close your book and see if you can remember what you just read. Then if you can't, try and see, if you give it time a little, whether you remember, is there anything I remember within that passage, within that page, within that concept that I read. Then if you did not, go back and read it, because now you already know what to look out for. It will be easier for you to catch some things from that reading. So that one is the active recall, the first one. Then if you're able to remember what you have read, the next stage is for you to try and write it down. It's very important. Writing down, writing with your hand still wins over typing and just looking at it and reading and rereading. If you write it down, it's going to register more in your brain. Try as much as possible after every study. Maybe you studied a page or 2 pages and you've learned this, you think, okay, I've learned this. So the next thing you should do is for you to bring paper and pen, write it down, see if you can replicate what you've read. If you can do that, then that's it. The next stage is for you to go forward and teach it. You can teach it to yourself. This time you are not teaching it to be an expert. It's not the teaching aspect now. It's just for you to make a meaning out of it. So you need to talk about it, and what type should I say, explain it in a way that a child or somebody that's a novice in that area can understand it. If you can do that, you see that no matter the pressure in the exam, you can do it. So that is very important. So we have come to the end of the break time. So this is our sprint hour. It's time to go back to work. So I want you to go back to your work and focus on the work you are doing. And I wish you a very productive time during this work hour. It's 50 minutes, and during the 50 minutes, if you have anything to talk to us, put it in the chat. So I'll be speaking to you again once it's 12:50. When it's 12:50, then I'll be continuing from where I stopped, which is active recall. So get people, get the students, get the researchers, get lifelong learners, and those that are handling large information, and those that want to keep their brain active, get them to this page, please. I don't feel like it's a waste of time for you to learn this, because this is what will help you. I mean, this is what you use for a very long time, and I'm saying this is free. I'm not charging anybody to do it, and it's going to change your grade. It's going to change your life. So speak to you again once it's 12:50. We've come to the end of the third section. So we'll be continuing what we were discussing on how to improve retention and how to improve your record ability. So this is your time to invite as many friends as possible. Those that want to learn, those that want to improve their score, those that want to improve how they record things. If you have been struggling during exams, you have been struggling to pass and you're not happy with your grades, or you're even happy with your grades and you know it takes a lot of effort, so this is the time for you to come close and let's talk about how to improve our memory, how to improve our retention. You need to retain the information and you need to record it when it's most needed. So we are talking about the long-term memory. So the long-term memory, we can divide it into two. One is declarative, the other one is in intrinsic. Like, let's just say is procedural, explicit and implicit. So the explicit one is the one that you can pronounce, you can always recall, like the concepts, your personal life events, your experience, the things you learn, the concepts, the things you've seen. So those are the explicit ones. Those are the ones you think, okay, I should be able to record it, and those are the ones that you actively want to put in your long-term memory. But now we are thinking about also the implicit ones, like you learning to drive. It will be in your long-term memory. Maybe you haven't driven. After 5 years, after 3 years, you still see yourself, you're able to drive. So it means that it is in your long-term memory. Some will say is memory, muscle memory, but it's past that. But just remember that in your long-term memory, that is the place you store the things that you remember, your life events. That's where you store the skills you've learned. So let's look at the ways we can improve our long-term memory. It is very important to us to have this long-term memory improved, and for you to understand how you are going to store the information and the best way to store it and the best way to bring it out. So for the students, I don't know, the one I speak now, because I'm very busy actually, I won't be repeating them. I will just say it unless if I have time any other day, any other time, any other year, which I don't know. But so many things you're going to hear from me are tested and things that you can apply, and you will see your scores changing. You will see your results change. You will see your productivity change. So how are we going to improve our record ability? How are we going to improve our retention ability? Because you need to retain it. And like I told you, that the sensory memory doesn't hold things more than 1 minute to 4 minutes, and the capacity is just too low. Then for the short-term memory, it wouldn't hold more than 7 things once. So that is not the place you want to maximize. They serve just like a note-taking pamphlet or whatever you use to take your notes. So there you sift things. But your long-term memory is virtually limitless. That's the area you want to develop. That's the area you want to learn how to put things in and bring it out. So the first one I said is for us to learn how to space repetition. You repeat what you learn, you go back to it. The more you repeat it, the more you get familiar with it. But going back to read and reread will not make you to learn. It will not put it in the long-term memory. What it makes you to have is to be familiar with what you've seen, to be familiar with what you've heard. But there are active ways of repeating whatever or reviewing whatever you've learned, and there are active ways that you can recall. So let's look at the active repetition. The first time you learn about that, you will need to revisit it maybe after 30 minutes. After the 30 minutes, don't go back to it anymore. The next time you revisit it will be maybe after 1 day, then 3 days, then 7 days. If it is something that will take a long time, you give it maybe after 1 month. You try it again and see if you've learned, if you still remember, and see how much that you remember. But remember, I told you that after 24 hours of learning something, if you don't repeat it, most times you will lose like about 70%. Is sure that no matter how sharp your brain is, that is why they say the dullest pen is sharper than the most sharp brain. So you need to learn to revisit what you've learned, but space the repetition. Then again, we are talking about recall, active recall. I told you the first stage is for you to close the book that you've been reading, or maybe go out of that class and try to recall and see if you will remember how much of what you've learned are you able to remember. If you can't remember it, that's the time for you to question, are there no anything, are there no keywords or whatever that I can remember that can lead me to what I'm learning. Then if you know that yes, there is nothing, now you go back and read it again. Now you know what you're looking out for. It will help you to retain some of those things that you are learning. So if you have gone through it and you're able to recall all that you've learned, then that's good. The next stage is for you to write it down. Don't forget that your paper and pen is very important when it comes to memory, when it comes to improving your memory. Don't neglect your paper and pen. They are better at keeping things in your memory than you reading it or typing it. So take pen and paper while you close the book. Try and replicate the notes. Try and repeat all that you've learned and see if you can. I'm telling you what will help you in exams. I'm telling you what will help you after your exams. Maybe when you have graduated and now you are working, you will need that memory to apply it. So these are the ways you will improve your memory. I will be hitting on them one after the other. So let's just go on. So when you write it down and you can do it as much and you are satisfied with what you've written, then you are making a progress. Because after if you can write it down during the exam, no matter the pressure, you will remember to write it. Then after that, the next thing you should do is to teach it to yourself. Now it doesn't mean that you are teaching. It's just that you need to speak it out. You need to say the things that you've learned. You need to say it in a way as if you are explaining it to yourself or explaining it to a child. Say it out. Say it loud. The things you've learned. Say, okay, we are talking about the feedback system, and the feedback system, this is what it is, and this. Then if you have gone through that and you're able to teach it to a child, then you are making progress. Then the next one is for you to try to connect it, relate it to things that matters. Because in emotion, we are talking about 3 things that will make you move it from your short-term memory to long-term memory. The first one is the repetition, then you put your attention, then the emotional. Have you asked yourself, why do I remember? If there is maybe something that happened that was so bitter or that was so painful to you, sometimes you might even be trying to forget it, you don't forget it. Do you ask yourself, why do people still remember embarrassing situations? Maybe it happened 20 years ago, they can vividly remember it. Because, do you know why? Because it is attached to emotion, it is attached to a feeling, it is attached to how emotion to us is something that looks intangible but is very important in our memory. So try to relate it to things you know. Try to relate it to your emotion and see how you feel about what you have explained to yourself. So when you remember these things, maybe you make it personal, relate it to things that you know, and see if it works. If it works for you and you can relate it, maybe they say, oh, that this is diffusion. They say diffusion is this, and you are thinking, what does, in physics, they will be teaching you induction, all this, a conductor and whatever. And maybe in biology, they are teaching you diffusion, osmosis, and the rest of them. So they sound so big. But if you're able to explain it like you're explaining it to a child, and you think that child can understand it, you can actually understand it at that point in time. Then try to relate it to things that you see. This diffusion, you say, oh, maybe if I spread a perfume here, diffusion means it's going, but the concentration from where it was spread to the outer world is spreading easily. You will remember it when next they ask you of that. So we are still going to go forward. Next, we'll be talking about strategies to improve the retention and the recall, which I will tell you how it goes. We've talked about the spaced repetition. We've talked about the active recall. Then I'll be talking to you about teaching and the type of teaching and how it goes. It's not like you're going to be a teacher, but it's very important. And I'll also be telling you how to go about the compressing the complex and very bulky information as if you're compressing a file. It started, that is just what they borrowed from how the mind works. So I will tell you how it works. So during the exam, you will see that you don't need to struggle. You don't need to read and keep reading. All you need to do is to study smart, and that is what I'm teaching you. I'm not teaching you what is not tested. I'm teaching you what I have done and it's worked. I believe if there are my classmates, you can copy it and send it anywhere. They will confirm what I'm telling you. Many people will think, oh, she has so many things doing. How is she doing it? But you just need to find out the foundation of everything and know how it works and layer it, and things will work out. So continue and stay with me. So the next time I'll be talking will be at 1:50. So if you're working with me, concentrate at this time. It's our sprint time. Focus on your work, minimize every distraction, and once it's 1:50 straight, if you want to listen to this and know how to improve your retention and your recall, then straight come back to this place and let's chat about it. You have any question about it, put it, and you can inbox me personally, then I will respond to you. It's free. So whenever I'm here, and for this I'm going to do it today and tomorrow. So we are going to go through it till what we can and cannot do to improve our memory. And I want to see that testimony written. Oh, I learned this method that I was taught here, and this is the outcome. That's the difference between when I didn't know about how to learn and when I learned how to learn. So see you again once it's 1:50. we've come to the end of this section, so it's time for us to go back to what we were teaching and the important part to students that are struggling to understand, to students that are struggling, especially if you are handling a lot of information, or if you have been struggling to pass your exams, you've been reading and you tend to forget easily. You think that your memory is not really helping, that your memory is not supporting how much you read, or you are struggling and the outcome or the result is not measurable to what your efforts are. So this is the time for you to come and let's discuss it, and let's see how to improve your focus. Let's see how to improve your attention, improve your recall ability, your ability to retain information. So I know that some adults here, they might be thinking, oh, I wish I learned this when I was younger. There is still time for you to improve your memory, to improve your retention, because it's not only about passing exams, it's also about you getting done things with what you've learned. Because it doesn't only end in passing exams, sometimes you also need to recall, to bring back what you've learned or what you've seen to solve a problem. So let's look at how to improve our recall ability, how to improve our retention ability as students or as researchers, especially if you're handling a lot of information, as lifelong learners, as those that want to keep their memory sharp and working. So New Jerusalem, you're welcome, and I thank you for being here. Please invite friends, share it. If you're here, share it widely, because what I'm teaching you now is something you might not hear again. That's just the truth of the matter. We are taught what they want us to learn. They want you to excel as an engineer. They want you to excel as a doctor. They want you to excel as a teacher. They want you to excel in different fields. But how do you learn? Nobody has taught you how to read and retain what you've read and how to bring it out. So earlier, I talked about the different memories, the sensory memory, the short-term memory, and the long-term memory, which is the permanent memory. And that is what we are interested in, getting things that matters into our long-term memory, how to keep it there and recall it when it is important, when it matters most, especially under pressure during an exam situation. You want to recall what you have read, you want to recall what you have seen. So it is very important to us. So for you to improve your memory, I said first you need to repeat. So you need to revisit, you need to review what you've learned. After learning it, if you don't review it, if you don't visit it again, it takes about 24 hours, no matter how well you learn it, for you to forget up to 70% of it. So that much percentage is something that we should be worried about, which means there is need for you to do more to retain information. There is need for you to do more to recall what you've just learned. So the first thing you should do is to space your repetition. As you are repeating, you don't just keep going and going. You will get familiar with it, and that doesn't mean you've learned it. What you do is to space your repetition. You learn it. After learning it in class, after reading it, after the revision you just left, and after 30 minutes, you need to check again to see how much of it did you retain, how much of it have you learned. Then after that, close the book, and at the end, after a day, you check again. After 3 days, so you increase it. Let the distance of your repetition increase over time. So like 30 minutes, then 1 hour, then 7 hours, 14 hours, or maybe today 30 minutes after you've learned it, then 1 day. The next one is the repetition will be in 3 days, then in 7 days, in 14 days. What I'm teaching you is practical. It's what has been tested and it works. It's what worked for me. I mean, I went through it and it made life easier as a student. It makes your passing and you retaining and being able to apply information easier. Then the second thing you can do is to be involved in active recall. So you need to recall it, not just storing it. If you store it without being able to recall it when it matters, then you might as well not struggle. You need to bring it out to write your exam. You need to bring out that information for you to apply it to whatever situation you are in. So for you to bring it out, you need to practice active recall so as to train your brain to recall when it matters. So the first thing you do is to close the book. After repeating, you close the book and try to remember how much of this. Remember what you just learned, remember what you just read, and see if you remember it. If you did, please take your pen and paper, write it down. Try to replicate your notes. Try to replicate what you have learned, or explain it the way you understand and you are sure that yes, it covered everything that you learn. Then if you're able to do that, good, we'll progress to the next step. But if you are unable to do that, you go back. Now you already know that yes, you did not learn much from it. So you start looking for the keywords and things that will help you remember. After reading it again, close it and still go back and take your pen and paper. I will always say it, when it comes to memory, your pen, your writing, handwriting is very powerful. So use it. Write down what you have remembered. If you're able to go through that stage and you could replicate your notes, you could explain what you've learned, writing it down, then it's time for you to speak it out. Speak it loud. Try to talk it loud and recite it. Try to explain it and say it loud. It's not something you keep going through in your mind. It won't help. At this point in time, it's for you to speak it out. So after speaking it out and you are sure that you're able to do that, so the next thing is to practice questioning. So what I'm going to say about you practicing questioning is not just asking yourself questions about what you've read. If you are in an exam situation, you're a student that is preparing for exam, there is a way to go about questioning. First, if you are going to write essays, try and ask questions in that area before you start even entertaining the concepts or whatever you are going to read, whatever the subject is. Try to set out the questions around it. After asking yourself the questions, then you start studying. Then after this studying and you're able to say it out, then set as much questions from that area. I mean, I do it a lot. Just get a jotter, get a book and write down questions and answer them yourself. Question yourself far more than you think you'll be questioned. So if you're able to do that, then there is no way during an exam situation that you can't bring it out. It's very important. So the next thing you can do is to teach it. This time is not the real teaching. I mean, teach it to a child or to yourself. At this point in time, what that teaching means is to explain it to a layman, to somebody that doesn't really understand it, like you that didn't understand. Try to explain it to yourself and explain it loud. Explain it in spoken language. Explain it to a child. So do you know, they said mitosis is this. Do you know that they said mitochondria? In case you don't even have a child to talk to, you don't have anybody, you can speak to yourself. You can just speak it to the air as if there is somebody listening in. So you talk and see how much you can bring out what you've learned. So the next step is for you to visualize and associate. Try and make a mental map, a mental image of whatever abstract or whatever thing that you've learned. Make a mental image of it. Try to link it. Create a story around it. Create something that will link it to your personal experience or whatever that you know already. That will help you to bring it out when it matters most. This point is very important. And we'll go down next time to talk more on this visualizing and association, then to teaching, then to compressing information. So it's a minute to the time of our sprint focused hour of work. So if you've been joining us, so I will employ you to focus on your work for this next 50 minutes and make every second of it count. And when it is break time, you can walk around, have your mental break, have your mindful break, have a break away from whatever main job you are doing, and focus on yourself during that break time. So I wish you a very productive time, a very productive 50 minutes. So I'll be working and I'll be speaking to you again when it is 2:50. Remember, this is meant for those that want to improve their memory, improve their attention, and to improve their results. If you are a student, if you are working as a researcher and you don't want to work so hard and not see the results. So the result, like I've told you, it will be glaring. I mean, the difference will be clear from what it used to be and what you achieve using this method that I'm teaching you. It's not just science, it is something that is proven. It's what I used during my undergraduate, my first master, second, and the rest of them. So it works. It will help you to relax and achieve much more. So speak to you again at 2:50. we've come to the end of this sprint time, so it's another time for us to speak about how to improve our memory, how to improve retention and recall. Your recall ability will help you in your exams. It will help you in life application of whatever you've learned. So if you haven't been doing well in your exams, you haven't been doing well in class, your grade is not reflecting how much work you are putting in. So it's time for you to come close, invite as much people as possible. So this is the second to the last time of our break. So we'll be speaking on how to improve your recall, how to improve your retention of information, because these two, they are very important for you to pass your exams. They are important for you to learn and to apply them in real life. Even after school, you will need to apply whatever you've learned. So if it's not in your long-term memory, or you've forgotten everything that you learn, then you must have struggled through school. That is just it. But it's not all about how much work you put in studying. It's not about how much time you spend studying. It is about you studying smart. It is about you knowing the right way to study, knowing the right way. So this is our break time. So if you need some drink, you can go have a drink. If you need to walk around, it's also time for you to walk around. Please, as much as possible, invite students, invite researchers that are doing a lot of work around information, handling a lot of information. If you have been struggling to retain or to remember what you've learned, you read a whole book, you are writing your thesis, you are writing your dissertation, you have a project you are doing, or as a student you are preparing for exam, especially those that are writing their final exam, or those that are writing exams during this before the long vacation. So you can come close, or if you have children that are writing exam, or you have brothers, sisters, or younger ones that you know that they are struggling with retaining what they have learned. They are struggling, because every one of us, nobody is a done. It's just that most people don't know how it works for them. They don't know how to study. They don't know how best to retain the information. They don't know how best to recall whatever they have learned. So after going through this with me, I want you to mark today's date as you attend this space, as you study with me, as you listen, and see the difference it makes in your grade. See the difference it makes in your results. See the difference it makes in your outputs as a worker, as a researcher. So we've talked about repetition, spaced repetition, and we've talked about active recall. And we've talked about also partly visual connection, trying to connect it visually. Connection, to visualize it in your brain, to mentally create image around what you learn, and to connect it with real life experience or whatever you've experienced. I talked earlier about why you don't forget, why we don't, all of us, we don't forget embarrassing situation. We don't forget things that are difficult to us, things that touch us emotionally. That is because whatever that touches you emotionally tends to be retained for a very long time. So if you're able to connect whatever you are learning to real life experience, then it's not going to leave you easily. So if you're able to convert your short-term memory and get it to the long-term memory, which means it will stay from hours to years with you. So now I'm going to be talking about the next strategy that you can use to improve your retention of information. So if you are a student, listen very carefully. You might not be told this anymore. Nobody might even be thinking that you are struggling. All they will be thinking is, oh, she's not smart, oh, he's not smart. But the truth of the matter is that you were not taught how to learn. You were not taught how to study. You were not taught how to retain information and how to recall it. Because these things come with training, and it's something that you need to train yourself over and over, and with time you see yourself passing with ease. You see yourself recalling information with ease. So what we are talking about now is you teaching. You know, in schools most times they will ask you, please can you teach me this. Some we won't be as stingy, because I remembered I registered very late during my undergraduate days, and I didn't join them early. So when I came, I was struggling to know what they did. So when I went through some of the notes, I asked some of them, please can you help and teach. You know, some can be as selfish as telling you, oh, they don't have the time to teach you, without knowing that that is what it takes for them to pass. That is what it takes for them to retain their information. Somebody volunteered for you to teach. Please take that opportunity. Teach. Even though you don't know it, try as much as possible to go and learn it and prepare as if you are preparing a teaching note, a teaching lesson. So you lesson notes to come and teach. And if you are teaching, it will help you to go through the explanation, to explain the things that you have read, the things that you think you've understood. So with time, it will help you identify knowledge gap. It will show you the gaps, the things that you are missing as you are teaching. You yourself will see the disconnections. So you'll be able to identify what to go back to and what to strengthen. And why this works is because as you are teaching, you are trying to explain it not only to that person but also to yourself. And if you pass teaching it, there is no way during the exam that you won't bring it out, that you can't write it. So endeavor, in fact, fight. If just go ask your classmates, do I teach you this? Volunteer. If they're asking who is going to teach this, volunteer most times to do the teaching, because as you are teaching, that will show you exactly how much you know and how much you don't know. That doesn't mean you are going to be a teacher or whatever, but that is going to help you to retain what you have learned. Because at that point in time, you are trying to recall everything that you've stored. You are bringing it out. As you are speaking it out, you will find out the missing gap. You will find out it will show you that, oh, your thought is not organized, or you are jumping some concept, you are missing some things. It will show you the gap that you need to cover. So teach your classmates. In case you don't have anybody to teach, it's okay. You can teach yourself. Talk to yourself. Just open the note and start teaching as if you are in class. You can take your pen, your paper, you can write on the whiteboard. Start teaching yourself everything that you is very important. Why I am stressing it is that this teaching is a way of you speaking it out. It's a way of you bringing out what you stored. It is very important in retention. So don't ignore it. Volunteer to teach. If they don't allow you to teach, please teach yourself. Another thing you can also do is for you to get short sentences and simple sentences to explain each paragraph of whatever you read. Because normally how we write, maybe I will still teach that one day, is how you write. We write, each paragraph should have a basic idea. There is an idea in each paragraph, or maybe it will split into 2 or 3 paragraphs. So if for each paragraph, ask yourself, how can I explain this in one sentence? What is this paragraph about? So explain it in very clear but short sentences is very important. Another way of you increasing your ability to retain, like I told you, your memory, your long-term memory is virtually limitless. You can store as much info. It's bigger than any computer memory you can imagine. But many people are not told so. They think, oh, I can search it in computer. I'm telling you, what your memory can contain, no computer can contain it if you train your brain properly. And how do we do it? The next one is for us, we are now coming towards the rest and the active engagement. We've been talking about active engagement. We also talk about rest. So you use, like we're using today, this 50-10, engage in sprint time, focus time, short focus time, and rest. Don't neglect the rest, because that rest, during that time, it helps your memory to start revisiting and reviewing what you have learned. It's very important in learning. So we've come to the end of this break time now. Is 3 p.m. So we have only 1 hour left, and this 1 hour we have 50 minutes of it. Like we are talking about the Pomodoro now. The Pomodoro techniques we've been using is 50 minutes of sprint focused work time or study time, and 10 minutes of break. So it's our focus time hour now. So if you're working with me, please engage in your work, go back to your work, let your mind, your focus, your attention be on your work, and reduce every distraction. So I'll be speaking to you again once it's 3:50, and during that 3:50 I will try to talk a little more on how to improve your focus. So get people around, get yourself pen and paper, and be prepared to learn how to retain, and how to recall. So let every second of these 50 minutes count. I'll speak to you again 3:50. So we've come to the end of today's sprint time. We've been using the 50-10 Pomodoro technique, and that has helped us to work in short sprint time, which is what our brain needs, and to rest, to take mindful break, or to take our minds off the main work and to focus on ourselves to do other things that we need to do. So this is a very important technique in learning. It's a very important technique in work. So you shouldn't neglect your breaks. This is our break time, and during this closing time, I'll be using it to speak about improving your retention and recall. This is meant for those that are students. If you're a student, you are struggling to remember what you read or you learned, you are struggling with your scores or with your grade is not tallying, your effort is just not showing in your results. So I'm inviting you to come sit down, let's talk about it, and let me teach you how to improve it. And this is with tested and a sure way of improving your retention. It's very sure. This is a sure way of you improving your recall ability. I'm not teaching you what is not tested. It's not just written in books. These are things that I've used and I've taught to others, and it worked for them. If you follow these techniques, you follow what I'm teaching you, you will see a clear difference in the way you learn. You will see a clear difference in your results, because now you are learning the right way. You are learning with less stress. It's not all about going to school, registering that yes, you are going to learn, and nobody has ever taught you how to learn, how to retain the information, or how to recall it when it's necessary. So this is what I'm going to be teaching you within few minutes, and tomorrow we also continue, because there are still techniques that are left and they are very important, and I will employ you not to miss it, because those ones are personal to me, and I'm going to be teaching you free of charge. So if you have students, you have children that are struggling with learning, they are struggling to make their grades, to improve their grades, many of us, we want a good grade, every one of us really, but you see that people think, oh, this one doesn't understand it. Most times they do understand it, but they are doing it the wrong way. They are not learning the right way. So it's time for us to learn how to read and understand, how to learn and keep it in long-term memory, because it's only what you have in your long-term memory that will be there when you need it. In the sensory memory will just keep it for 1 to 4 seconds and it's gone. Then the short-term memory might keep it up to 30 seconds. If you don't revisit it, it is gone also. And you might learn something, you push it from short-term memory to long-term memory. If you don't keep revisiting it or doing the right thing to make it to stay in your long-term memory, then you might also still lose it. It's proven. I mean, every one of you, if you haven't tested it, every one of us, try it and see. If you learn anything now and you did not revisit it, you didn't commit it to memory and try to put effort in retaining it, within 24 hours you're going to lose up to 70% of what you learn. So let's just look at how we can improve our retention of what we've learned as students, as researchers, especially, students, they think theirs is the worst because they write exam, they need to pass, they are seeing their grades. But also in real life, after school, you will need to work, and you will need to use whatever you've read to work. So you need to commit whatever you've learned in your long-term memory to be able to recall it and use it to solve problems. So your long-term memory is endless, is limitless, it is bigger than any computer you can imagine. I mean, your mind is a powerful machine. Let's just put it that way, but it's a living machine really, and it's a very powerful one. It's something that is more powerful than any computer that you're imagining. But you just need to learn how to develop your memory, how to create the pathways, how to keep it active, how to retain information in it, and how to retrieve it. You need to learn how to, because if you don't know all these things, you will see yourself struggling. You keep reading and rereading and rereading. Reading and rereading doesn't really help you. that is not the kind of repetition that helps with retention. That's not the kind of repetition that helps with recall. Rather, if you keep reading and rereading and going back to it, you are burdening your brain. One. Two, what it will do is to get you familiar with whatever you are reading. So when you get familiar with it, what happens is that you think it will deceive your brain that you know it already. When it comes to bringing it out to apply it, or maybe any little thing change in the question, you see yourself struggling. That's what happens when you are reading and going back to reread. So how are we going to improve our memory? I will just recap on what we've learned today and maybe add a little more, because our time, we've already spent up to 5 hours 55 minutes, and normally it should end by 6 hours. So the first thing you should do is to use space repetition. So you space your review of whatever you've learned. You space your review or revisiting of whatever you studied or whatever you've seen. You give it time. When after you finish with the lecture, with the class, with the reading, you need to calm down, relax. After maybe 1 hour, then bring it and go through it to see how much of it. Because your brain is designed, our brain is designed to forget. It goes in a forgetful curve, you know that curve. And you think you know it, before you know it is going down. But when it's going down, then you feel it again with repeating or reviewing what you have learned. You see it will go up again. So that is how it goes. But you space it in a distance, you keep increasing the distance of your learning. So what you do is to increase from the first time, maybe 1 hour later you review it. Then after that, 1 day later you review it. After that, maybe 3 days later you review again, 7 days or 14 days, 1 month, 3 months. So you keep increasing the space at which you review it. That's the space repetition. And it's very important because it will help you, it will help retain it in your memory, to help you keep it longer. Then the next thing we talked about also is active recall. It's not just cramming it. What cramming does is just, it will just put so much things in your short-term memory, and at the end you didn't learn anything because you're going to forget it. But if you take it down to your long-term memory with active recall, then it's going to really you to retain longer. And how do you do active recall? Is for you to not to keep reading and rereading. So what you need to do is to read it, close the book, or learn it, go out of the class, or after hearing it, just give yourself that space, close the book, and try to recall, try to remember everything that you've read. So if you struggle with remembering it and you couldn't remember it all, or maybe to you didn't try more, so you can go back to it. So exactly you will know what you are looking out for, and that is very helpful in you retaining whatever you are doing. It's very helpful in you retaining whatever you are doing. So what you do is to go back to it after trying to remember. So don't keep reading and reading. After reading the first time, just close it and go back and try to recall, try to remember everything you read. If you're able to remember it, that's good. Then you move to the next stage. If you are not able to remember it, just go back and learn again what you couldn't pick, and try to see if there are keywords in it that you can pick that will help you remember. Then if when you close the book you're able to remember and you can explain within your mind what you've read, then take your pen and paper. Don't forget this. Take your pen and your paper and start writing. Write what you remember and try to replicate your notes. Try to replicate what you were told. Try to replicate what you learn. If you're able to replicate it and when you read it, yes, it's giving you the same meaning, then you won't struggle to recall it. You won't struggle to retain it. That will help you. And I will repeat it again. Don't forget to take pen and paper. When it comes to memory, your pen and your paper, they are far more powerful than whatever you are typing. So when you try to write it down, it keeps registering in your mind. Then another way of doing active recall is after you have written it and you're able to get a good grasp of what you've read, you can write, replicate your notes, then it's time for you to speak it out. As if you are teaching it to a child, you need to explain it in basic terms. Explain it to a layman, explain it to somebody that is not in the same field with you, explain it to yourself if there is no other person. Try to explain it. If you explain it and you're able to understand what you're explaining, you will see. You won't struggle when it is time to bring it out. Another thing you will do after that, if you can explain it, is to use short phrases to just give it to remember, okay, this is what this passage said and this is what this other passage said. So the next one we should also consider is to teach. Try to teach it to people, teach it to others, teach it. When it comes to improving your retention, when it comes to you passing your exams, let's just talk to the students amongst us. When it comes to passing your exams, when it comes to you improving your grades, and always strive. In fact, go and ask your classmate, can I teach you this? So try to teach it to another person. What you are doing is to review what is in your mind, to recall it, because when you are teaching, what you are doing is recalling. You keep recalling what you have done. So for you to teach effectively, you must understand deeply, and that will show you when you start teaching it. It will show you the gap in your knowledge, the gap, the things that you missed. It will show you how organized and disorganized your mind is.